All right. I'm just gonna. There. Start. So. I might as well just give it a shot, see what happens. Might be kind of cool if I, like, group. Okay, so. Cool. Wait a second. I know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I want to do. I am just gonna get rid of this spray entirely. Keeping it simple might be the way to go.
I got an idea. need to wait 1 second on that, and then quick pee. Oh. Whoops. I don't know why it's getting like cut. That was really fast. I don't know why they're getting like cut off like that, but why do they look like this? That's fucking stupid. I hate that. I hate that. It's just nothing. There's nothing interesting happening there. Delete this whole thing. Delete the whole fucking thing. Jesus. I need to play the whole game. I'm getting fucking jaded. Oops. I want to do garages. my god, I gotta figure out what's going on with that.
That I have no idea, but we can probably just do this on all of them.
I'm just gonna start uploading that before I forget, because that was the sound of the video. Last doc being done. Okay, I need a thumbnail. Not that that really matters all that much.
I was gonna say I should pause the timer, but this kind of counts, I guess. Works. That. I don't even know how many Arsenal of Demise videos have I made? I'm up to the 23rd one. So more than half of my documentation videos are just Arsenal of Demise at this point. Arsenal of Demise 23. That's fucking insane. Boom, boom. Okay. Just play the game. Shit.
Ow! It's at 15:05. Fuck. That pissed me off.
Dude, I'm so fucking like, I like... I can't even think.
I have an idea.
Clone index random 1 to fucking 10. Clone index.
Yeah. Wait a second.
Greater than, less than. Greater than 1. Well, we'll say 15 if clone index. Towards here. If clone index is greater than 1. Or wait. Who's less than 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's less than 9. And then greater than. Okay. No! Let's see. I want to do the whole fight again.
The amalgamation comes forth.
I gotta figure out what the fuck's going on here. Damn. Holy shit. This boss fight's gonna be so hard. Oh man. I think for now I just leave it at the eyes, and then like if I want to add more later, great. But that's good for now, I think. Quick piss.
forward.
Forgot to restart it again.
Come forward.
I know what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be fucking insane. Oh man. This is about to get weird. I think. Hopefully. Oh my god, I just got such a good fucking idea.
Well, I don't know if it's good or not. It's fucking weird.
Yep. I know exactly what I want to do. This is gonna be so fucking weird. Oh man. What I have planned is so bizarre. Ooh.
From here?
It's already been an hour and a half. What the fuck? Mm. I don't know why it always goes up by 0.2. What the fuck is that? This is like some light animation work here. I like this. I kind of want to see how it looks so far, actually. Is it 61 frames? Yeah. Or 62, but well, switch costume to next costume. We'll say weight complete 5 slots.
The amalgamation come forward.
That's pretty cool.
I can't lie, that's pretty fucking cool. I like it. I feel like I want to leave it off there.
Leave it on a high note, I guess. But I mean, I'll work on this later again, probably. That was pretty cool. Alright. That's a good place to stop, I guess. Save those. Boom. About 5 hours of work so far today. little bit more, actually. Alright. I don't know where I'll end up taking that, but I don't know. Guess I'll find out. Here we go. See ya! So I want to break this up into like 6 pieces. Looks like a key could go there. I wonder if I could do something with a key. Might be kind of interesting. No, that's shit. Yeah, it really does look like a key could go in there. I'm gonna listen to music while I work. Hold up. I need to listen to music more often while I'm working to keep me fucking sane. Ooh. New release. And make sure that's off. Yep. Oh, I have this off. Whoops. I did this. Alright, we wait. Perfect. I'm going to start off by looking at that animation, see how it works. Test out real quick.
The amalgamation come forth.
That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool so far. Hold on, I gotta.
Cause it's just like a little bit off. Cuckoo. What's up? Wait, can you hear? Hold on.
How's it going?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
There we go. I don't know why. It always sets my default to something that I'm not using. Yeah, I don't think I even have, I must not have Discord notifications on. I was just in the game.
Oh, it's all good. Totally all G, bro.
Yeah, I've made, I don't know how much has changed since last time, because we weren't here last Friday. There's quite a bit different. There's quite a bit different. I'll show you. I'll play through real quick. I got a cool... This is like the... I guess I've animated some stuff before. But this is like, This is like the first, like... It's a lot longer than the other ones. It's like... It's already like 100 and... It's almost like 120 frames of, like, animation,
oh gosh,
which I haven't done before.
That's actually crazy.
I'm just finishing this thing up real quick, and then I'm... Yeah, so basically I've just been... Yesterday I just worked on the final boss for like 5 hours. And that was about it. Let's see. Fuck.
Sorry, I'm like... I woke up late, and then I had to go up to my parents' house to, like, load up everything that was in my old room and bring it to this house.
Over.
So that was what caused my momentary delay, was I was just finishing carrying that stuff in.
Oh, I don't care.
So I'm, like, just coming off of, like, a move for a sec. Got a Switch, too.
You pre-ordered one?
Yeah.
I didn't even know, so they opened up pre-orders?
Midnight on the 24th. So Wednesday at midnight, basically. Like...
They're probably all
Wednesday
gone,
and
right?
Thursday. There's gonna be more throughout the week. If you want to know when and how, you make a Twitter account and you follow this, and you will be able to get any game console you want when they drop.
I don't even know if I want to Switch 2. That's my biggest fucking debate.
Well, on day one, it comes with the upgrades to Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, which I really want.
Are they exclusive to the Switch 2?
The updates?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Wait,
it's
they made updates. They made updates to a Switch game that are exclusive to the Switch 2.
Yeah.
That's the stupidest shit.
But it's the next generation version, like that only the Switch 2 could do.
It's like a graphical upgrade.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was like new
4K.
DLC. I was like, what the
Dude,
fuck?
It's 4K 60 frames or 1440p 120 frames.
I forgot that the Switch 2 is gonna like actually be powerful. I wonder what it's gonna run. I wonder what it's gonna run.
Gonna be real.
I wonder what it's gonna run in handheld mode.
Let's see. So, here we go. Okay. The screen on the handheld unit is a capacitive touchscreen, 7.9-inch LCD, 1920 by 1080, HDR support, VRR up to 120 hertz on the handheld screen.
How much?
120 hertz, 120 frames.
Oh, that's really good for the fucking handheld version.
And then on the TV, a maximum resolution of 4K at 60 frames. Supports 120 frames when 1080p or 1440p is selected. It supports HDR and a maximum of 1080p in tabletop and handheld mode following screen resolution. That's what it says. I guess 1080p, but up to 120 frames handheld with HDR. So I'll take it. Sounds good to me. So they completely unlock the performance of Tears and Breath of the Wild. And that's
Are they
really
still
what I
are they still gonna charge $80 for Mario Kart?
Yep.
God
But
damn.
I got, and yeah, well, they're gonna charge $80 for just about everything at this point.
Oh, fuck
But,
that. I'm not buying a Switch.
I guess
If
they've
they-
got
if
a
it was-
sliding scale.
If
The
it was
Super
$70 a game, then maybe, but fuck
Well,
that.
dude, here's the thing. So I got Mario Kart World for $50 because I bought the bundle.
Well, yeah, because you can get it
console.
bundled, but like I don't even
So
want
it's
to. I don't even want to buy a console if every fucking game is gonna be $80. I'm not buying that shit. But I mean, what I'll probably do is like I'll probably get a Switch 2 at some point. I just probably won't get it on launch.
Yeah.
Like I'll get it when they're selling on eBay for like $100 less, and like
Yeah, exactly.
you know,
Yeah, because they'll definitely get there. I'm sure it won't take that long.
Like I could get a
But,
pre-order, but I don't know. The only thing that I'm gonna fucking pre-order is the new Doom game. Probably that I'll probably pre-order.
Play this
Zach-
on PC, right? Like,
Yeah, because that comes out May 15th. So,
that's so soon.
dude, honestly, with how new that game is, though, it might even struggle on my PC. I should be able to run it no problem on like lower settings, though. But
You'll be fine.
because like my computer has not given me really any issues so far, and I've had it for 3 years now. I just realized.
Yeah, dude.
Which is crazy, because I got it when Elden Ring came out, which was February of 2022, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been 3 years, and it's, to be fair, like, I don't really play a lot of, like, brand new games.
Yeah.
But
I bought Oblivion.
Ooh, yeah, I have Oblivion on Steam. I think I have Oblivion on Steam and on, like, the 360, and, like I have, like, three versions of it or something. I don't fucking know.
You're aware of the remaster that Shadow dropped?
Oh, no, I didn't know about that. I thought you were talking about, like,
Oh.
original Oblivion.
Dude, on Tuesday morning, they Shadow dropped an Oblivion remaster. That's practically an Oblivion remake. Unreal 5 graphics, like, updated stuff, like...
Alright, let's see. Share system audio. Alright, cool. Sick.
Boom.
Full screen. Alright, can you see that?
Death, bro.
Oh, fuck, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost up to 200 hours on this.
So sick.
My guess, if I had to guess, I'd say it'll end up being like another 100. But I'm gonna start.
What?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, just because, like, there's a lot of... I like to just, like, polish stuff up. Like, nothing is really, like, polished, if that makes sense. Like, everything is, like... Not that I'm the type of person that likes to make things look perfect, but I like to, like, just, like, tweak stuff. Even, like, things that you don't think about, like how the menu screen looks, like how the manual looks and everything. Like, this I gotta get rid of, because I took the multiplier out of the game. The multiplier doesn't exist anymore. Alright, so final boss is different. It's not finished yet. It's gonna end up having 4 phases.
So then you get all your upgrades.
What'd you say?
How do you get the upgrades?
Oh, you'll see. The scoring is just a lot different. Basically, there was no way to make the multiplier that wasn't, like, kind of bullshitty, so I just ended up not doing it. Like I tried like 3 or 4 different methods of making the multiplier, and every way that I would do it, it just made it like feel annoying. I just wanted to be like, if you kill the enemy, you get however many points. Yeah, so this he kind of like teleports around. The web that he's
this is fucking cool.
the web that he's gonna teleport lights up blue. Oh shit.
Yeah, this is cool, man.
And then the next phase after this, I haven't like really done. It's like basically impossible because I haven't actually like balanced it yet. I basically just implemented it and then haven't touched it because it was yesterday that I added it. Basically, he has eyes that he shoots eyes out of.
Eyes that he shoots eyes out of.
Yep.
Oh god! What? That's fucking cool.
Oh shit. But yeah, you can see like I gotta balance it because like there are some times where it's like literally you're just fucked. Oh shit, come on. Dude, oh my god, okay. I'm just gonna turn immunity on because I want to show you the animation that I'm working on. It's like very crude and basic because I don't actually know how to animate, but I mean, it's better to at least try it than just not do it at all.
Yeah.
Cause like obviously like there's no shadows in this game. All the art's pretty basic, but over time I would definitely like to get better at, you know, art and that sort of thing. Another thing I want to do more of is I want to sample more, like whether it's from like movies, songs, whatever, and then just alter the sound like a lot and turn it into a sound effect. I've actually got one that I can show you in a sec. I don't even know what I'll use it for, but I like have a sample that I was working on yesterday. But yeah, I mean, originally when I was like working on the game, I was like, oh, it'll take like 150 hours, and now I'm at like almost 200, and it's like not even close. So I don't even take a guess anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's just like it'll be done when it's done.
So.
But obviously this part will be changed to make it a little less, like, bullshit. It's more just like I got the idea down. So this is the animation that's about to come up. It's pretty quick.
What, dude?
So, I don't know what just happened. It went back to the first frame. Basically, hold on. I think because it's supposed to repeat this. It must have done it too many times. Be my guess.
One question.
Yeah.
Is like, you've got the main amalgamation with the stuff on him. And then he just disappears and this other purple spider's back.
I gotta do one. That should have been correct. I don't know why. Huh. I guess I'll just do that. It's the same boss. It's just he takes on different forms because he can shapeshift basically. So he can basically, what I might do is I might do like more of a transition from this to this. Like I might do something.
Yeah, because they just look totally different.
Yeah, they look like two different bosses almost. Where this one, when it transitions into this third phase, that's why I put the animation there so that there's something. But yeah, so basically he drops his heart out of his body, and basically what's gonna happen is his legs are gonna these legs are gonna shoot red bullets at you, because what happened is it took pieces of his heart and then attached them to his legs and turned them into fucking weapons. And then The reason it goes back inside him at the end is the final phase is you're gonna walk inside of the amalgamation, basically, and like shoot him from the inside out. So that'll be like the final stand, basically, is that you're just like you walk in. That's why I open this area, because you're literally just gonna walk straight in here, pretty much.
That's so cool.
But
That's so freaking cool.
yeah, I might
Nice
make a
job with the animation.
yeah. It's
How long
definitely
did that take?
this total probably like 30 minutes, an hour.
Ed? Did I have any frames?
Yeah, because I did it about, like, I think I spent, like, 30 minutes on it yesterday and about, like, only, like, 15 or 20 today. So, like, yeah, probably
That's so cool.
probably about an hour. Not super long, because most of it's pretty basic, just because what I can do is pretty much all of it is just taking, like, it's all...
Duplicate it and...
Yeah, it's all just, like, taking, like, the vector points, pretty much, because, like,
Yeah.
for this... or like when the legs moved, for example, like they literally, I just moved them out and around, like I didn't have to really change much. Or like these, it's just like rotating them and, you know, that sort of thing. But yeah.
This is really cool.
Yeah, I should do more of like a transition between these two so that it's like more obvious.
Well, dude, what if like you still... What if you added the limbs that still have those other things on it?
I did that originally. The reason I don't have it anymore is just because the attacks stop, so I felt like it wouldn't make sense. Basically, the point of the
But
first...
it looks scary. It looks scary. So if he had all 5 of those on legs, just more for like a visual scariness, I don't know.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because it does look like that is kind of what makes it the amalgamation, is like all this stuff blobbed together. And then it makes it a little more like congruent that it's like the same enemy. Because originally what I had was I basically had I had like sticks coming out of him like this, and then the enemies would just be on top right here.
Right.
So I might add that back. Probably will, actually.
Just to show that it's still him.
Yeah, but what I could do is I can make them just like white silhouettes to show that they like are like done for, like they don't attack anymore, but they're still on him. I like that idea. But yeah, I guess
I want to see that animation again.
Hell yeah.
It's freaking cool. It's really cool, man, when like so much of the game is like this screen, that whenever you do have something happen, like these little mini cutscenes, it's so like, whoa, dude, look at that. It's impressive.
Yeah, I want to do some more cutscene type animations or anything to kind of change it up. It's hard just because, like, how am I going to do a cutscene while the game is happening? Because, like, you can't really pay attention. You can't pay attention to anything else. But the boss fight, because it's a separate, you know... It's almost like you're entering a separate level to a degree.
For sure.
Like it's literally from the first second the game starts until you spawn this boss, you don't get a break until you get to watch him spawn, and then you finally get a break. And that was done on purpose. I was like, if you get to the final boss, you deserve a break for a sec. It's brief, but.
But it feels important.
Yeah.
So I think it works. I like that most of the bee-splosion disappears.
Yeah, they disappear much faster than the jellyfish in the normal game. I might actually do that to the normal game, make them disappear faster. There's a lot of little things like that, too, that I just want to touch up and add. Like, that's probably why it'll end up taking me so long, is just a lot of, like, play testing and stuff. Because, like, 300, 400 hours is, like, it's, like, not even a lot to spend on a game, honestly. Like, this is still, like, relatively speaking, this is, like, a pretty small project, but it feels huge.
Sure. I mean, it's a solo project. You've done this literally all from scratch by yourself, so...
No pun intended.
I know, right? I realized it after I said it. But
I guess technically this isn't. Oh, see, so there it fucking. I don't know what happened last time because the heart's supposed to go all the way in. But yeah, basically these will start shooting at you. You know, something will happen with those. I just don't know what yet. So yeah, he'll have 4 total phases. So final boss is going to be really, really difficult now. Because it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot longer.
Okay. Check it out. You get to this phase right here, and he's facing you. What if, for 200 health per thing, there's 5 arms on him, right? There's the eye, the bee, the mummy, the...
For this?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 5.
The planet's the mummy, the manta, the bee, and the eye. What if, during the fight, when you make it... So, because you haven't made the fight with this guy yet, right?
Only the first 2 phases, basically, out of 4.
Okay.
Because this guy you don't fight yet.
Right, you haven't built this fight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What if he somehow, while you're face to face with him like this, he has an arm that comes out with the specific one of the 5, and there's a small 200 health phase where you're dealing with his red attacks from his legs and a specific attack from that arm.
You know what?
You
This
blow off that arm.
This would actually work. This would actually work really perfectly because you know how these are like pieces of the heart?
Yeah.
What I could do is I could like basically have the heart fly to the middle and then the boss like summons around the heart. It's like the boss's heart. And then that leg.
Yeah.
Or I could even have it so that like let's say I have a frame where like this leg like comes down and like shapeshifts into the whatever or something like that. Like that could be cool.
Well, dude, right? Because then like basically I'm just imagining the whole game is the arsenal of Demise are these 5 things that you've been dealing with for the entire game. So having the amalgamation present each one of those 5 things to you as your final challenge, and you finally destroy each of them off of his body.
I like that idea a lot.
You know what I mean? So then, like...
Because here's what I could do. So, let's say... I'm going to delete this frame because I messed it up. But...
What was that other frame?
Oh, this is just all the extras. This is like all the bosses right here. It's basically just like a junk frame. But what I could do is I could have this slowly fly to the middle, or like up here-ish, and then this flies down and kind of turns into like a box almost like that or something, and then the boss spawns in this specific box. It's like a portal almost, or like some sort of like spawner, you know? Like you could have like...
But like... Do you expect fighting that boss again?
Oh yeah, well, because you'd want it, well, because the boss would want it'd be moving, obviously, but like, because that would actually work really well, because the first phase, what it is the bosses are there, but you're actually dealing with those bosses' sub-enemies' attacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, for example, well, I guess the mummy, you're dealing with the mummy rocks, but like the manta ray, you're not fighting the actual manta ray, you're just fighting what the jellyfish used to be throwing at you. But like you could have, I don't know how I would do it, but you could have like, because I like the idea of like shooting the legs off of him, like shooting off his limbs, you know?
Yeah, but I sort of figure like, what if, I don't want it to become, not that this is my thing, but I could imagine it, instead of being like the boss itself, like it should be the fuck, what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? In my mind, I imagine it still being attached to the amalgamation.
Okay.
Attached to the amalgamation. And, like, it's still, like, the sub-attacks or whatever. It could be, you're still fighting the big spider, not fighting a boss that stands in front of the spider. That's all I'm trying to say. Sorry, I got distracted for a second.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So it's like he's still shooting his attacks out of his red feet or whatever, and then like he's also brandishing the arm that is the manta, and he shoots the manta lasers at you or whatever. Or like each one of them, he's still shooting you with the sub attacks or a signature attack associated with that thing. So like you find for each of the 5 bosses one of the signature attacks, and then like make it so you're fighting him in a new way while also using the attacks that are associated with the specific limb, and like maybe he exposes the limb enough a few times for you to destroy them each.
Dude, you know what you could do is, like, let's say theoretically you have or let's say you start off with like the eye or something. I'm gonna delete this again. You could like keep the legs where they are, and let's say the boss comes like down here or whatever, and it could kind of be like similar to how it is in the cutscene. Do like that, and like you could have it like be clear that like the legs are like what's keeping the boss alive, and you could have something like that. And so these legs are still attacking you, but so is the eye. And then once the eye is dead, these legs fall off, or something like that.
Fuck yeah, dude! Like he's weaving webs to hold up each of the boss.
Right? Yeah. So like this would basically be like the amalgamation is keeping the sub boss alive, and then let's say the eye has like 100 health or something like that. The eye should actually be last, because that's like the indestructible one. Like you can't beat it the entire game. But like you know, theoretically, like you could have this here. Let's say it has 100 health or 200 health or whatever, and then once it's dead, like you know, the eye slowly disappears, and then these maybe like get, you know, super bright or something, and then these could start to like, oh wait, hold on. These could start to like kind of like fall off, and then they like just go slowly fall off, and then something like that, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's definitely the right idea, right? It's just sort of like, the other idea I had is if you scroll up just a hair on the frame, like if you just, so I can see higher up above.
Oh.
You could also, what if there was another arm, imagine like a scorpion, where like, instead of it coming out in front of him, it actually, you somehow make it look like it has come up from behind him.
Oh yeah. Here, watch this.
And then it's like over the top, right? He's holding up this big arm that, oh, you probably can't even see me. Damn it, I've been doing all kinds of hand gestures like crazy. Alright, I'm stupid. Yeah, so, right, so, like, it could almost
could have it be like, have it be like that, you mean?
I don't know how you would, no, almost like, here we go.
Should I look at your screen?
Share it, yeah.
Okay. Let me unfull screen this.
Here, I'm actually just gonna... You ready for another one of my patented patented drawings here.
Hell yeah. Oh my, dude, I'm hyped. Hold on.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the picture?
No, I can't see your screen. Oh, wait. Do I have to click it? Hold on.
I just sent it to chat, is all.
Oh. I was looking at the screen this whole time. the drawing is so funny, but I know exactly what you mean.
You know what I mean? Like, it could be up there so that it's got, like, a ranged attack, so you're really dealing with the front legs, but, like, you've got to somehow be able to do an attack that...
So, like... Here's what we could do. So it could be like this kind of, like you have like something up here.
Yeah, like he's holding it up high. So I'd make it start a little farther to the side.
You think like over here?
So like maybe have it start at the center and then curve to the side. Yeah, something freaky like that.
Ooh. You could have like the... something like that.
Something like that, yeah. I don't know if that's dumb as shit.
No, I think that could be cool. I wonder
You know
if...
what I mean? So then, like, I don't know how you get your projectiles up to it. Or... You've introduced a deflection mechanic. You could also have to deflect, send attacks back to the eye or all the things up top and blow the thing off, and then he brings another arm out.
Ooh.
With that phase. You know what I mean?
Dude, I could have it... I've got an idea here. Let me get rid of this. Fucking...
Let me think.
You could have, like... That sounded like a death song for a second.
Do you know what I'm playing?
Yeah. Some Mario song. Oh, wait. That's a Mario Kart classic.
Close.
It's not for... Oh, it's not...
is a
It's
racing
F-Zero. It's F-Zero. That's why I said it was a Mario Kart classic, because I'm so used to playing the F-Zero. I've probably played the single F-Zero track more than I've actually played F-Zero. Dude, F-Zero is such a good game for its time.
Yeah, it's really cool.
F-Zero was way ahead of its time.
So this is Mute City, and I'm almost done with a collaboration with a buddy of mine doing a cover of Mute City. He did all the synths on it. We just got my electronic drums recorded for it, and I'm gonna play the lead guitar as well.
Hell yeah!
But he's got the synths pumping on it. But
That's a good song.
I feel like
That's a good song.
This idea is cool. Like, you know what I mean? Then it like forces you to face those specifics
bosses
one last time.
Yeah. I guess
It would take a ton of work. But imagine, Like, this would take tons and tons of animation work, and I could see how many big games get so intense on how to make them. But imagine, like, all of the boss limbs are still visible. You still showed those little limbs, right?
Uh-huh.
Remember you had, like, a little one sticking out and each one was on it or whatever?
Uh-huh.
You could still maybe, like, show those and have the one main one that's big. You destroy the big one, that arm goes off, and another little one shrinks and comes up into the main until you've blown off all those limbs.
Wait, say that again? I didn't follow that.
So-
I kind of followed.
Okay, so remember how you said early on in a draft of this, you had short little sticks with each of the boss heads on it?
Yeah.
And you could see all 5 of them?
Yeah.
What if you still had those, but one of them is big and in the center until you blow it off, and then one of the small ones grows and becomes the one that he's then showing to you?
Ooh,
And then
that
you,
would
like,
be...
see that each one of them that you're fighting
You know what would be
is,
cool?
like, there, you know?
You know what would be cool? We could combine both. So, let's say... So, I wonder if I wish I saved the old, fucking one that I had. Because, yeah, basically it was just, like, sticks coming off it. So, but here's what you could do, theoretically. So the eye would be... Let's say we unscorpion this. And, like, make it, like, 1, 2... do it very crude.
I like it, though.
And then, you know, let's say you start off with the Hornet God or something. Let me go up here. Yeah. Control C. Control V. Group it. So let's say, you know, you've got, like, a larger one. It could even be, like, the color of this to show that it's, like, the main thing. And let's say you have this here. And then you have, just imagine the other bosses are on these sticks. And so let's say you start off with the B. It could... you know, slowly rotate, fly down, go back like this, and you could kind of have it just like fly in a circle around here, while the hearts have their lasers like keeping it alive, or like summoning it, so to speak. And
see, that's cool, but if I'm being honest, my initial take on this is that it feels like you're just spinning the Hornet God in a worse arena, and we already fought the Hornet God while he flies around. To me,
true. Yeah.
The special feature of this encounter is it's so grotesque that this giant spider has this boss on its arm, and you're fighting the spider with like the husk of the boss on its arm.
So do you think I should have the bosses attached to the spider, but not necessarily like just rehash the bosses, so to speak?
I think you're fighting the spider
with the bosses on it.
Right. You're fighting the spider.
Because that's what the first phase is, basically.
Well, right. The first phase is you actually flying around the arena, fighting him as he does all of the different things.
Yeah.
And then you do enough damage to him that the perspective changes, and now you're face to face with the spider. That's what you've done here. So now he's kind of cornered you, and instead of being top down, looking at the whole arena, the way you've positioned this is now, even though you're still looking top down at the arena, the idea is I'm face to face with the spider now.
Yeah.
And I think the way to make that really count is you need to see that he's got those limbs that have all the things on it. And instead of rehashing the boss fight, you're trying to do damage to the spider, but the spider's attacks change. and you blow up, right? Because he's got 1,000 health at this phase, right?
Yeah.
What if every 200 health, you're dealing with one specific type of attack plus his other attacks, and you somehow deal enough damage so that that boss thing falls off, and then he's got 800 health, and the next limb comes out, and you're like trying to... Right, the flow of the fight gets more frantic. 200 health per change of attack is the fastest rate of change.
So here's a theoretical. So let's say that this is happening or whatever. Let's say that this isn't even no. Let's say that all the bosses are still up here on these little spokes or whatever. So let's say he does fly down here.
Yep.
And then this happens. Let's say that these limbs grow. They could like kind of like elongate themselves and rotate, and they would almost be like this but a little bit longer, and the hearts would basically be the hearts would be like what is holding the boss right here. And so theoretically the Hornet God would just be staying still basically, but let's say that he's shooting out flowers or something like that on top of the legs shooting their attack. Then you kill the Hornet God, the eye comes down, it shoots like lasers or whatever, then the mummy comes down or whatever, it shoots rocks, like something like that. Like you could have it do that where you combine the attacks, I don't know.
That is true. The one thing I'm concerned about with it showing up right in front is how much space is left on the screen for A, the player to move, and B, for you to design a fight. He's huge.
Yeah, because he's pretty
That's why
big.
I'm trying to...
So what could...
I'm
trying
to use the back of him to...
Oh,
like,
so...
the whole...
I see what you're saying. Hold on, so... Let me... duplicate this. Fuck! So... Because I'm trying to... I wonder...
Doesn't it look like top center is the perfect place to display proudly the image of what is defining the fight at that time?
You could, you could either do top center, or if you did do it, the only thing that I'm wondering is how do you really, like, shoot? I feel like it would look weird if you're shooting top center, because what I'm thinking is, like, no, the player's probably not going to go here anyways, like, let's say the boss is, like, up here, or something like that.
I'm talking still about the idea I had before, where it lives above him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, drag it up. It lives up there. You can see the other ones, but it's got one limb that's holding them up there. And you can design a fight that, just like Flush, you should have attacks that you deflect at that limb.
Oh, I see. So let's say, like...
So, like, you've got to do something else in the fight. Right? Because I don't want it to be a fight with the boss. I want it to be a fight with the spider.
Yeah.
Not that this is... when I say I want, I just mean me specifically. Not
well, right. Well, when we're talking about the idea, yeah.
Yeah. So, in this idea, I envision it such that the boss the boss that he's holding up with his limb is just defining what the attacks do, not actually the fight. It's a fight with the spider, and the bosses are defining what attacks are happening. So it's like he gets new attacks, 5 new attack phases, where each one of them has a theme based on the 5 previous bosses. But you're still doing a unique fight to this spider that's a fight with the spider, not a fight with the bosses. The bosses define the attacks, but it's just a fight with the spider.
Because you could have it, because what you could have is, like, let's say you hold it up here, you have the manta ray, and then you have the other enemies here. This, dies or whatever. You could even have this limb disappear. This one slides over. This one slides over and then grows up, and then the other boss is on top of him again.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. So what I could do with that...
It sounds like a shitload of work. That's the thing.
Nah,
that's
super... That's super doable. That actually would not...
That actually wouldn't be super hard to do.
And think of how cool that would be to really, like, all these other bosses are kind of like a single thing, they're fleeting, you kill them and they're gone. But this guy, like, changes, and you made it to this amazing fight where you're really finally facing the spider in the game.
Yeah, because really the only boss that changes is Vlush. Like, I guess the mummy changes a tiny bit, but...
But that's kind of introducing this idea, is you've had, like... Right, Vlush is the only deflection boss, right?
Yeah.
What, didn't the mummy have that at one point?
No, mummy never had it. I think,
Maybe you should look at the mummy as adding some deflection to him, too. So then you realize throughout the game, deflecting bullets is a thing.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
this fight, it's sort of like the deflecting is how you end up doing the damage.
Yeah, because what you could do is, like, let's say you have these red legs that shoot bullets that you can't deflect, but the boss's attack you can deflect, and it deflects back at him and you damage him.
Totally. That's exactly it.
Yeah,
and
because...
Maybe he fucking, every once in a while, claws out his front arms into the region or something.
Oh,
so,
dude,
like,
that would be really cool.
Like, projectiles from the red, special projectiles from whatever boss it is, and he's got melee fucking claws. Like,
yeah, because you could have him, like, just all of a sudden, like, his arm is just, like...
Yeah. Well, dude, right? Like, these two front arms, they could whoop your ass in no time.
Yeah. Dude, there's so many cool... What I might do, honestly, here's what I'm thinking. So, this phase up here where he's just shooting the eyes is kind of boring, and I kind of just put it in there because I was just, like, brainstorming and needed an idea. Here's the thing. When you talked about this, you said, okay, every 200, it's a new thing. So let's say it starts at 1500 and it ends at 500, and then at 500 it's final stand, and you go into
Fuck yeah, dude.
I think that's the way to do it. I don't think that eye phase needs to be there because it's just kind of a boring bullet hell, and that's not what I want.
Well, so right, like maybe the special attack that you deflect are the eyes or something. I do think it's cool when he shoots eyes at you. It's scary. But
what I could do is I could have the final boss that you fight on this guy is the eyes, and he shoots eyes at you, and kind of tie that in. I
feel like that's really cool.
Yeah. But I don't feel like...
Yeah, then you basically... Sorry, go ahead.
I don't feel like changing the name of every single one of these frames, so I'm just going to have it go through this animation real quick and then do this. So, it'll technically be called Evolution 3, because I am not changing every single fucking...
Yeah, no, that's all good. Right?
But that's a really cool idea. I like that a lot.
So, yeah, I don't know. You could even make it so that animation where you had the eye phase, maybe instead you adjust some of those frames so that he grows the other bosses out of his ass or whatever. Like you could use them for that.
Yeah. Like I could, cause this right here. Oh my god, can I scroll? Yeah, cause this right here, it's just a rehash of the purple spiders animation. But what I could do is, let's say, as he's kind of going like this, the bosses are slowly growing out of him, and then I'll just literally all I have to do is copy and paste them. Like, just go through. I just go boom, Control V, boom, Control V, boom, Control V, boom, Control V, like 100 times, and I'm done.
Yeah. Boom.
So, I like that idea a lot. Yeah. So from 1500 to 500, it'll be that, and then final stand is either something will happen where you're, fighting like his heart or something like that. You'll probably, because the perspective might be kind of weird if you like walk inside of him, but I think like something like that would be cool because that's like weird. So I don't know if it would be cool.
Well, dude, you could make a small cutscene. Honestly, you get him to 500 and a cutscene starts where he brings you inside.
Oh yeah, he could take these limbs and like carry you in.
Yeah, dude, he eats you up, and then you could make a freaky background and shit, and make like...
That's what
like a really fucked up final scene where you're like, holy shit, what did I just get dropped into?
Yeah, you could have it like where like the heart is like in the center of the screen and there's just like veins all around and like arteries
dude,
and
like,
stuff.
Fuck yeah, dude. Just make it freaky.
And then as soon as once his heart explodes, you're done. I think this will end up being really cool. That was good brainstorming right there. That's gonna be really
Well,
really
dude,
cool.
You've made a really like impressive looking start to the encounter where it's like, oh, I want to fight this thing. Like,
Yeah, that was my goal.
cool.
Is I wanted to make it cooler look, because like this is cool looking, but like once it gets to like this phase, it's way cooler.
Yeah. And I just think it'll be sweet to, because he sort of takes on a scorpion look when he's holding up the others. It's like, it's just cool to see. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I really think it's cool. The
Yeah,
red tips on his limbs, the eyes, the three eyes, like the shape of his body is cool. I like that the front claws have those points as they go up to the top. Like I just think he's a cool looking boss.
Yeah, once that'll be what I do next, because my main focus is the final boss right now. So I'll just like add the parts to this animation and that sort of thing, and then it'll be on the way. It'll be cool. I guess I'll show you the game without the multiplier, how it's a little bit different. Also, the scoring is like way higher. Like it used to be like the scoring was in like the hundreds of thousands, whereas now it's like once you get to the end of the game, it's like in the millions. Like it's way higher.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But to be fair, like when going into the final boss fight, you have like 500,000, and then like by the time the amalgamation is over, you could have like 2 million. So like a lot of the points, because every single time you hit, where is it? Yeah, I finally organized this stuff.
Nice.
So for example, that first phase where he's teleporting around to the webs, every single time you just land a single hit on him, it's 250 points. So like you're racking up tons of points, and then also once he dies, is it 1 million? Is that 1 million? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 1 million. So if you kill the amalgamation, you get 1 million fucking points. So like, because at that point, like you beat the final boss. Like there's nothing else. I was like, I'm just gonna give the player an insane amount of points.
Yeah. Well, so how did that influence health pickups and bullet upgrades?
It's just the numbers are slightly different now. Because, like, obviously, like, if I had left it the same, you would get, like, the max bullet upgrade, like, not even halfway through the game. So the start isn't too much different in terms of points. Oh my god, it's doing this again. So I made a sound effect for when the upgrade is flying towards you, and it's been being really annoying, and it keeps playing after you already pick up the fucking upgrade. And it's so frustrating. I literally might just mute it for now, because it's annoying. Yeah, I'm literally just taking this off. Okay. Got hit. Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god. This is my worst Hornet God kill ever.
like this part goes on too long.
Yeah, I might make it a little more compact.
So fucking sick.
Oh shit.
Holy, yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah, this part's gonna be a lot. Well, I'm gonna replace it with what we talked about, obviously.
Yeah.
And then it kind of just stops there for now, but... Oh, well, we get to see the animation, I guess. And then
So
there'll be the stuff up there, and... But yeah, I mean, once you get to the end of the game, you'll be, like, over 2 million.
Yeah. So like, I guess now that I see it, the text at the top of the screen might get in the way of the boss.
Well, what I'll do is he'll probably just be a little bit lower. Like, only by a little bit, and I might just make the top text smaller, just because I don't want him to be so low that you feel like you have no room to move.
Yeah.
But, I mean, let's say I make this a little bit smaller, and then the tentacle could go, like, it could be, like, this big, and then it's right there. So I might not even have to move him down, because I like his positioning right now. Like, you have, like, basically the whole bottom half of the screen. So yeah, I'll probably
Or
just
just
make...
like move his health writing to the side or something.
True. Yeah, there's a lot I could do. And then boom.
Dude, awesome. That's so freaking cool.
I'm excited to work on that boss fight. That's gonna be fucking awesome. I feel like it could be cool to add deflection to like the mummy and the manta ray and stuff.
At least one of them, like, I feel like Mummy just kind of shooting invisible bullets at you that are impossible to see. Like, at least be able to bounce it back at it.
I made them white now. They're white. That was like the first thing I changed after our last lesson, because I didn't even
Yeah.
That's why having a second set of eyes is so important, because I never even noticed. I got so used to the mummy bullets and I knew exactly how they work and everything that you don't notice things like that. Like, that's why having people play test it and having someone else see it who doesn't know how everything works is like so important.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
it gets really difficult sometimes to well, sometimes it's hard to come up with new ideas and also not get bored with your own game because you already know how everything works. That's something that I've realized with like getting more into game development, is not all of it is necessarily like super fun. Don't get me wrong, like there are tons of parts of it that are so much fun, but there are tons of parts of it that are not fun at all. Like there's so much that isn't
like
fun.
It's not a completely like inspired passive thing. Some people talk about how like I'm a creative person and I'm a vessel for my art and it passes through me.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, making things like this is not being a vessel for the creativity. It's a million choices. It's a million difficult decisions. So it's exhausting because it's not just channeling whatever. You're sitting there choosing everything and thinking specifically, how exactly do I want this to be? Like there's no passive experience about this. You gotta sit there and you gotta decide. So
it's not like
totally feel
it's not like it's not like something that's like less like, because there's more like technicality to it. It's like not as like passive, like you said. Like the only time it is like when you and I were like brainstorming and like coming up with that boss fight. Like that's the part where you can kind of like channel your creativity. But when you're like when you're sitting there like slowly animating these frames, or like when you're sitting there like slowly like changing the font of everything, like that's not,
dude, exactly.
You know,
that's not a creative experience. It's like, okay, I see this thing that I know I need to address. Let me go figure out how to make it work. And like, that's just
there's like there's like you have to endure the boring stuff to make the creative stuff actually come to life. It's the same thing with like movies. Making movies is a creative endeavor, but when you're sitting there painstakingly editing these little parts, that's not the creative part. That's just the technical like bullshitty part.
Yeah.
But
that's how it be.
It kind of like, I've gotten more and more used to it. That's why I try and force myself to work for long periods of time, because the more I can get used to doing the tedious stuff, the more time I get to spend on the creative stuff and like have come up with ideas and stuff. Like even small things like, you know, like I gotta change the font of all this stuff. Like this is a placeholder font. I gotta go through all the sound effects and make new ones for the placeholder sound effects that I have. You know, I've got there are some visuals. There are a lot of visual things that I want to change. That's why I think it'll end up being closer to like 300 hours, because, you know, I don't know.
That shit going on.
Yeah. It's fucking boring. But, oh well. But yeah, the scoring, the scoring is a lot higher now. Basically, the variation in score, it pretty much just depends on, well, obviously, if you kill a boss too late, you lose points. If you don't do barrages, you don't get as many points because there's less enemies. But everything else is pretty much set in stone. It's just like how far you're getting in the game is mostly relative to your points. But I want to make more like, more stuff like the boss nodes, so that like the more efficiently you do something, you get more points or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. No, for sure. I'm concerned a little, not a lot, but a little, that these changes to the scoring are going to make it bad for casual players to get health and bullet upgrades.
Yeah, that could be the case. I mean, that would be an easy fix because
here's the thing. You seem to always play with the barrages on. And I think you're losing sight of base game player threshold.
Yeah, that's another thing that I gotta do too, is like, well, what I could do, there's two things I could do. I could either just add more health and bullet upgrades, or I can make it so that if you don't turn barrages on or something like that, you get them more often or whatever. I don't know. I'm curious how much different. I'm curious about the disparity in points between all barrages and none. I wonder how much different it is. I guess I could test it.
That'd be.
But...
That's an important thing. I just want to make sure that I was getting accustomed to the amount of health I could reasonably acquire. And then now seeing it to me felt like you actually weren't getting as many health upgrades as you normally would have gotten.
Yeah,
Even on the Mirage mode.
It's less than it used to be. What I'll probably do is... Because there's only... So throughout the game, you can get up to 12 upgrades. So you can get hit 16 times if you get every bullet upgrade. But getting hit 16 times in this game isn't even like a lot. What I could do too is this. Oh no, that would be weird. I was gonna say there could be like a mode where you like sacrifice a certain amount of points to get more health upgrades or something like that, but I feel like that's stupid. What I'll probably
will always take the health and not give a shit about the points. I'll tell you that.
True. What I'll probably do is just make more health upgrades. So instead of 12 or whatever, it's just 20. I'll basically just gauge it off of you and other people playing the game, and if people are like, I'm not getting enough health at all, add more. If people are stocking up health too easily, take away some. That's just one of those play testing things that, like bullet upgrades. The bullet upgrades are kind of arbitrary because like you do need them to an extent, but health is even more important than the bullet upgrades. Dude, I'm so excited to make that boss fight. That'll be fun.
Sick, dude. That's gonna be super sick. That's really, really neat so far. Pretty exciting.
But yeah, I'm hoping. I want to start making more. I feel like I've actually been a little bit better about. I mean, like back when I started making Sewage Suppressor, I worked on it so little. I'm definitely better at making time for working on this stuff now. Like yesterday, I worked on it for. I mean, 5 hours isn't a lot, but it's better. It's better than nothing.
It's a full work day for a lot of people.
Definitely better than nothing. And then today it'll end up being, like total, not including little breaks here and there, like 4 hours, something like that. But
yeah, it's awesome. You're crushing it, bro.
But I definitely feel, even though it's very, it can get very tiring if I work on it a lot, just because, like, working on a game takes a lot more brain power than I would have expected.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
Like, you got to be pretty focused. I have noticed though, like, I feel like listening to music and stuff like that kind of helps, keep me sane a little bit.
So.
But yeah, part of it is just I've never really spent this long on one thing, if that makes sense.
Definitely. That's
Like
the
this
tough
is
thing about it.
this is the biggest project I've ever undertook in my life so far, and the next one will be even bigger. Or not. I don't know. It could be like, it could end up being like my first.
It's gotta be bigger.
Yeah, my guess is that it'll be, But
like, even if the game ends up not being as long or whatever, and who are we kidding? Your next game is gonna be in Game Maker, and it's gonna be a lot more. It's gonna be longer. It's gonna be more detailed. It's gonna take you 3 times as long or more.
Well, also too, because obviously I don't plan too much for the future, but the next game I make is not it. It's going to be different than this one in the sense that like this game doesn't necessarily like the game itself. If you play it from start to finish and you beat it, it's like, let's say what's like 700 seconds or something like. It's like 10 minutes, something like that. But like obviously you're gonna die a lot, so it's gonna end up taking you way longer. But like the next game is gonna be a more standard progression type game where you go from level to level or whatever would be my guess. So it might end up being like a couple hours or a few hours even. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what my first Steam release will end up being. I mean, obviously there'll be a bunch of like little like in between this project and the next big one. There'll be a lot of like tiny games and like I'll definitely like cool it for a little bit before taking on the next big thing. But
as soon as you get it open, you're gonna be like, oh, this is awesome.
I think I'm gonna have a lot more fun working in Game Maker than in here, just because of how much more advanced tools I have at my disposal. Like, Scratch is super easy to like program stuff. Like, it's very, very easy. But there's a lot of things that are just not like Game Maker has. Like, for example, Game Maker has like, you know, hitbox detection built in. It has a tile grid. It has like all this stuff that like I don't have in here, and I have to do manually. So it might actually be a little less excruciating, who knows? Or maybe more.
I'm excited, though, to see. I don't know what kind of game you're going to want to make, so don't even start thinking about it until you finish this.
I mean, I know it's going to be weird. That's for sure. The only thing that I do have a strong inclination towards is that I want the next game to be, like, either easy or have, like, no difficulty. I think I've said that before. Like, I want the next game to just be, like, much more approachable in terms of, you know, you can just play it and you don't have to, you know. I want the game... I want whatever game I make to be extreme in ways that, like, aren't difficulty. But for now, AOD.
Playing with the scene. AOD, the Arsenal of D.
Well, what we could do is we could just do an hour and a half both weeks. Oh, did I just F11?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about last time.
Oh, I don't care.
I had somebody pay, what am I trying to say? I had somebody buy some studio time, so that pushed me till a little later in the afternoon.
Dude, schedules get super busy super quick. There's only so much time in a day.
Yeah, but dude, I'm super impressed. You're making really good progress. This is really impressive. I'm super stoked for you, man.
It's coming along. It's coming along.
Yeah. Once you get that boss fight together, dude, like, I think it's gonna be cool. You gotta look at Flush. Flush seems to carry on a little long. And then, like, the amalgamation just sort of, like, appears above him. That whole thing's a little funky. I don't know, but you'll get there.
I wonder if I could just give him less shields, or... Because the ending, like, spider part takes a while. I could just make that different. Well, because what spawns above him is basically just like a spawner. That's like the amalgamation spawner, basically. Yeah, there's so many things like that I'm going to end up looking at. It's partly why... That's partly why I want to dedicate more time to it as well, because it's not really about, like, you could work on something for, like, 50 hours a week and, like, not make any progress, but, like, I notice that, like, the more I work on it, the more that I'm, like, able to, like, brainstorm and think about it throughout the day. I notice more things that I didn't notice before, like, all this stuff.
You're doing a good job. Working on it a lot. It's the old keeping your engine warm idea.
Yeah.
That I've told you about.
Yeah.
The more you work on it, the more you're just going to be, like, connected, and you'll be immediately able to do what you envision doing.
Yeah, because I'm always, like, I've always got to, like, regain my, you know, I've always got to, like, get my bearings back when I, like, don't work on the game for, like, even, like, a few days. Like, if I'm, like, away from it for, like, a few days, I can tend to lose track of what I was doing.
Especially with a project of this size, right? It's like you've done 200 hours of work, and now there's 200 hours of shit to keep track of. So,
right, exactly. Like, there's so much, like... That's why I've started to organize some stuff more, because, like, the amount of... That's honestly probably one of the most, like, overbearing parts of it, is just keeping track of everything. I'm like, I don't even know how to, like... you know, like, do I check every single sprite and slowly check off a list? Do I go through every single sound effect and make sure I'm cool with it? Do I just not care? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, start making a list of things you want to verify. The seal of quality. Like, step away from the game at some point and just start brainstorming of things that you want in there that are like, okay, I need to verify that this exists at a quality level I'm happy with, and you should just add stuff to it as much as possible, and you don't need to verify them all, but having them in a list and saying, okay,
Yeah.
I guess I am going to bail on this thing I wanted to do, that's okay, I'm going to cross it off the list, but I see these other things that are in some state of completion, I'm going to keep this on the list to make sure that I still address it. So just make like a final checklist of things that can be flexible to what you need, but is still like, let me just make sure I'm not forgetting anything.
Yeah.
That's
Just like,
a good idea to have
yeah,
that.
just like a checklist, like go through each spray and be like, because a lot of the sound effects that are in the game, they're existing as like placeholders, like
Yeah.
they're going to be
I used
replaced.
to use a giant whiteboard. When I was
Hold on,
working
check
on
this
a lot
out.
of my...
Let me. Wait a sec. Wait.
Baby, just make that the Arsenal of Demise board. Because then there's this really cool, satisfying feeling.
It's funny you mentioned that because I was actually like thinking about that. I think it was yesterday. I was like, I'm just gonna make that my whiteboard that I use for the game because I can't reasonably keep track of everything just like in my head.
Dude, the really satisfying feeling of like I'm picking up a dry erase marker and writing a check mark in
Yeah.
the box for the thing I finished. Like,
Even for
It feels
brainstorming too, like making quick sketches and stuff.
yeah, dude,
That whiteboard's shitty. I gotta get a good one.
they're not very expensive.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap. You can get.
Dude, I soldered a battery into a synthesizer.
What did it do?
Well, I needed to replace the battery. So
Oh! I thought you were like modding a synth or something.
Well, I did sort of mod it. So there was a this battery was hard soldered into the board.
Why do they do that?
Right. Well, you know, it was 1989 or whatever. But for $6, I got a whole bunch of these 3-volt coin-style battery holders that are solderable. You can see those pins on the end.
Hell yeah.
So then I took the
You're such a repair wizard at this point.
Fuck.
Between the controllers and the fucking.
There it is. See? God, this is fucking idiotic. Sorry. Hi! You can see it. Jesus H. The light keeps getting in the way, but you can see I soldered in a holder, so now I can, like, change the battery
Ooh.
whenever I need to replace the battery instead of having to resolder a battery in. So I'm waiting for the right battery to come, because this is a CR 2032. I need a PR 2032. But it's the same, like, voltage, it's just a different lithium chemistry or some shit, I don't know. But I guess the BRs can last with a higher temperature range and stuff like that, so that's what the original battery was in here. So I got those coming, but once that's all good, I'm going to seal this thing back up and put it back in the rack, and then I'll be able to use it.
Fucking wizardry.
I'm excited, dude.
Total wizardry. I'm so like uninclined
man.
with that type of shit. Like
Oh,
hard
I'm
anything
eager.
anything related to like hardware, I have no knowledge of, or like almost none. Look at that little setup.
Yeah, I had the whole board taken out. Like I had it completely removed from that frame, but I wanted to test it to see if it worked, so I reconnected the cables. So it's back inside the frame, but it's not screwed in to the frame yet, so I gotta like rebuild it.
I remember back when we opened up the Atari and got it working. I remember that felt like the biggest accomplishment in the world. That felt like breaking into like Fort Knox.
So excited.
I might play some Atari tonight. Dude, that's what's great about the Atari is you can literally just pop in a game for like 10 minutes and then just go about your day.
Yeah.
Because like
That's really sweet to have.
there's really no game on the actually I guess the Atari does have some games that have like some complexity, like adventure and stuff like that, but like most games are like fucking Space Invaders or like bowling. Atari bowling. Classic. Should we do 1 o'clock next week too?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, what game am I gonna play? I might go play some Oblivion remake.
Did you finish Dredge?
No, I fell off. I should probably. You know how I am. I don't beat anything. But
That's part of the reason. That's part of the reason I don't want to get a Switch 2 as well, is because I have so many games that I haven't played. I can't really justify spending money on more video games.
It's gonna help me play games I've owned that I want to play in better performance. Right? Like I haven't even beaten Tears of the Kingdom.
Neither have I. I have 70.
I like it.
It runs like shit. It runs so bad.
But yeah.
Do you get the upgrade? Do you get the upgrade for free if you have the original game?
No, but you do get it if you have a Switch Online membership, and I have a family plan that has an extra spot on it if you ever need to be on.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. Like, Breath of the Wild ran pretty bad whenever there was, like, fire. Tears of the Kingdom was even worse.
Yeah, well, Tears is so much more demanding, even.
Yeah.
But I might replay Breath of the Wild, too, or just fuck around with it for fun.
Dude, Breath of the Wild's awesome. I have 75 hours in Tears of the Kingdom, and I didn't even beat it. There's so much in that game.
Dude, yeah. Like, so I'm excited to play it at, like, a reasonable performance level.
Yeah, because I think it took me, I think it took me, 90 hours to beat Breath of the Wild or something like that. I don't know. It took a while. But,
like, I've seen footage. I don't know if you've watched any of the footage, but it's, like, pure D mint fucking looking really good.
Really?
Oh, yeah, dude. It's smooth as butter. It looks good.
I've seen all I've really seen is like the Mario Kart gameplay, and that looked pretty smooth. But like Mario Kart ran smooth on the original Switch too, so it's hard to tell. Dude, the only thing that looks awful is like the game chat. Have you seen the game chat?
Dude, bro, yo, it's only gonna be a matter of time till you see some dude's wiener fly by in Mario Kart. That's all I'm saying.
That's gonna happen, yeah. And then some parent's gonna get pissed.
There were testicles on my Nintendo.
What's crazy too is that like I understand that technically it is new for them, but they were I'm like guys, having game chat is not something to like brag about. You're 20 years late. Like you're literally 20 years late. They were like, new feature for us, game chat. It's like that's not like a crazy feature. Like that's like, yeah, they're definitely very behind the times. But the one thing Nintendo has going for them is they make great games, and that's literally it. Everything else, so many other things they don't have in check, but they make such good games that nobody even cares. If like
that's the thing, dude, is that if you want to play Mario, if you want to play Zelda, you want to play these,
you gotta have their system.
Fucking games. Gotta have the Nintendo Switch, dude.
That's
how they win.
And that's why they're. I mean, I'm not buying a single game for $80 because like, I'm just not gonna buy it.
Well, soon everybody's gonna charge $80, so get used to it.
I feel like it'll be a while because people are pissed. People are like, I'm not paying. I'm curious to see if like because I think a lot of people are not gonna want to buy games at an $80 price point, and they might lose some sales, or it'll just be people buy it anyway, and it just becomes the new standard.
So all of the articles I've been reading are like, I was at my local GameStop for the Switch 2 pre-order, and I interviewed everyone in line, and the sentiment was everybody's upset that the price of the games are so high. But then I asked, do you think the price of the games are going to stop you from buying games? And all of the feedback is, no, I'm definitely going to keep buying games. I'm just going to be upset to pay $80.
Yeah.
So,
I think what you are going to see though is, like, let's say there's, 3 games coming out at a specific time. People are going to be buying fewer quantity of games.
Yeah,
people are going to be because dude, imagine if you go to a store, you buy 3 games, that's $240 for 3 games. The other thing too is that I've always thought it was weird that, like, when it comes to AAA games, that every game is just like $60. It really, what it should be, like, if you have a game like Tears of the Kingdom that has like hundreds of hours of content, then sure, make it $70 or $80. But if you have a game like, I don't know, what's a good example? Like, if you have a game like Super Mario Bros. Wonder or something like that, that should not be an $80 game. That should be like a $60 game or something like that. Like, it really should be. It really should be based on the size and the scope of the game. Like, I think, because I think Nintendo was releasing some of their games that were smaller for $40, right? Wasn't Metroid?
Yeah.
Wasn't Metroid Dread not $60, or was Metroid?
That was 60 for sure.
What game am I thinking of that was? They released some games that were $40, I think, but
I feel like more so than many other developers, Nintendo does actually change the price of stuff based on how big it is. I just feel like a lot of the games are really expensive.
Yeah.
But they do have other games that are like changed based on whatever.
That's why I love indie games so much, because, like, UFO 50 could easily be
$25.
Yeah, UFO 50 could easily be a $50 or $60 game, and it's insanely cheap. And dude, I played a decent amount of it, but I didn't even get close to scraping the surface of that game. The amount of content in that game for $25, that's insane. They could have charged $50 or $60, and I would have paid for it and been totally satisfied still, but they didn't, which I love. And, like, some of my favorite games, some of my games that I, remember most fondly are, indie games, or these AAA games that they call them sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Cuphead is $20. Cuphead's one of the best games I've ever played. Some of these indie games that are like
Hollow Knight's $15.
Right, like a lot of these indie games, like Super Meat Boy was really fun. I paid like $5.
How much they're gonna charge for Silk Song.
I'd be surprised if they charged any less than $30 or $40.
Dude, you could charge $69.99. I'm buying Silk Song.
And a lot of people would probably share that sentiment, because I've only played a little bit of Hollow Knight, but I really liked it. I thought it was a really good game. Hollow Knight is like that game's very, like, beloved at this point, so they could easily charge full price. Do they have a release date for that game yet?
No. Let's see. They estimate Hollow Knight has sold somewhere around 5 million copies.
I feel like it's probably more. That sounds like a little low, almost.
Yeah, but probably not a ton more than that. Maybe.
I guess it is still an indie game, but,
But it's like the
5 million. 5 million is a lot, though. Like,
well, dude, imagine 5 million at $15 a pop. $75 million.
I mean, like, Toby Fox is rich, you know? Like,
For sure.
you know, he made a game.
Nah, you know who's rich? Is fucking Concerned Ape, the developer of Stardew Valley.
Oh, yeah.
That game has sold over 41 million copies.
That's insane.
And,
Dude, I would be hype if I had a game that sold 1,000 copies. If I have a game that sells even 1,000 copies, my life would feel almost complete. That's my goal. If I could sell a game, if I could, you know, make a game that 1,000 people play, that would be crazy. Even 100. Even like 100, dude.
let's see. Minecraft is the #1 all-time best-selling game.
That's like probably 200 million copies or more, right?
You wish, bro. 350 mil.
That's crazy.
Grand
Yeah,
Theft
but
Auto
here's another
5.
thing too. Here's another thing too is because Minecraft was released on so many systems, a lot of people bought it multiple times. I probably bought Minecraft like 4 times
True.
because
Yeah,
I bought it on PC like twice. I bought it on multiple consoles. I bought it on like there's like DLCs and shit like dude.
Yeah.
19th best-selling game of all time.
Stardew?
Stardew. Animal Crossing New Horizons, 47 million.
I haven't played a single Animal Crossing game. Not even
Yeah,
for like
good
10
one.
minutes.
Ark Survival Evolved has sold 79 million copies. That seems false. That's fucking ridiculous.
79
The
mil is
fourth-
crazy.
The 4th best-selling game of all time is Ark Survival.
I would have never guessed that.
Yeah, God.
What's
PUBG,
Grand Theft Auto 5? Is that number 2?
second place with 210 million?
Dude, have you heard the myth or the rumor that GTA 6 is going to be $100? People are saying GTA 6 is going to be $100. Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
It either way.
Dude, I'm not getting it if it's anything past. I am not paying more than $70 for any video game. No shot. It has to be like life-changingly amazing. If it doesn't have,
Super Mario Odyssey 2?
yeah, Odyssey 2, sure. If it doesn't have at least a 95 Metacritic score, I'm not paying $80. Like Odyssey 1 is one of my favorite games of all time, so I mean that game was a masterpiece.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get started on my boss.
Nice. Yeah, Emily should be back soon. I think the kids just got home, so.
Perfect timing. Dude, I'm excited. I'm excited to have the boss in the works and then show you what I've got
Yeah,
next
dude.
week. It'll be fun.
That's gonna be sick. That's really cool.
Hell yeah. 1 o'clock next week, unless something changes.
You got it, man. Thanks
Sounds
again
good.
For everything.
You got it. See
I'll
ya.
see you then, bro.
See ya.
Later.
Continuing.
I want to wear a hoodie and like blast the fucking fan.
That's good enough. Cold.
Sweet.
Let's see what's going on so far. Alright, I am going to stop it there for now. Pick it up later.
The amalgamation come forth. You have died.
I said it. I wasn't even paying attention.
Void gate open. Spider evolves. Portal gate open. Bullet upgrade. 1,000 health acquired. Spider evolves. The observer evolves. Health acquired gate open. Bullet upgrade. Aquatic gate open. Aquatic gate open. Aquatic gate open. Void gate. Aquatic gate open. Void gate. Aquatic gate open. 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 Void
Man, I'm tired. It might be quitting time. What time is it?
I worked on it a little bit. That's fine for now. But I'm fucking done. I am fucking done. The reason I like to work on it a little bit before bed because it tends to be more active in my mind when I go to bed. And I think about it more, maybe even have an idea in a dream or something like that. So that's why I like to work on a little bit before bed. But I'm fucking exhausted, so I'm done.
Boss eliminated.
I don't see where it's getting changed. What the fuck? I don't get it. I don't need to know how it works. I do. I have an idea.
Now, let me...
I meant to do barrages. Oops.
Oh my god.
I don't know what's going on with like these ghost bullets that are.
I'm just gonna figure that out right now instead of waiting. Yeah, like that.
Okay, I know why it's happening.
Boom.
Alright. Now for the big fucking undertaking. Okay, first thing, I want the lasers to immediately stop. have slightly more bullets than that. Do 15. 1.5, change that to 0.3, change this to like 0.5 something.
The amalgamation come forth.
Even more than that, I think.
The amalgamation come forth.
Mini break.
gonna listen to some music. Oh my.
Oh. Alright.
I have no. I just have no motivation to work on this right now. Like, I want to fucking. Should I feel like I should stop. I literally have. Like, I don't want to be doing this right now. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna fucking do it anyway. Music.
need to start using my whiteboard more often. I'm just gonna use this one for now. I kind of want to. Let me see. Because I need to be able to like visualize things. Like I can only do so much in my head. You know. I'm just gonna use
The other one.
this whiteboard kind of sucks, but it's good enough. Okay. How do I want to do this? Because I can't really, like... Yeah, that works. Flower could... Flower could come down here and could like do that, and then it could grow a stem and then grow grass around it, and then it shoots off its petals. Then like another one grows, and then another one grows. Alright. Shit's gross. One.
Where the hell is it? I don't know what. Where the okay. I don't know what's happening. I mean, I could just do sure. What is happening? Alright, game's glitching out. Time to reload. That's why. It's because I'm an idiot. Jeez. So make it like set size to 50%, go to 140, glide 2 seconds to 50. Oh my god. Ouch! what? I don't know what just happened, but that's fine. No. There's a previous backdrop, but there's not a previous costume, which is weird, but... Take two. So, attack 2, attack 3, attack 2. Or no. Wait. Yeah, attack 1, attack 2, attack 1, attack 2, attack 1, attack 2, attack 1. Next costume.
Let's see. Why does it look like that? That actually was decent. It looks like super pixelated. I don't know why. It's actually pretty decent. So -60.
So I would be at attack 3. Attack 3. Next costume. Let's try 2. This. Sweet. That's so short. Let's say like 1,000. This guy's gonna have to have so much more health than I originally thought. 500 per. So that's 2,000. So 3,000 total. That's not insane. Is there anything else? It's gonna be a lot faster.
every single one of these I need to change. What the fuck? What? Hold. There's something else. There's gotta be. What the fuck? Okay. There we go. Why the fuck? There we go. That should be everything. Almost everything. Why are these not shooting? Too fast. Way too fast. music off. Let's play real quick. Shit. I'll write that after. Alright. I'm gonna stop there for now. Let's see. It worked for almost 2.5 hours. Save that.
Oh. There we go. Alright. Quick 1 hour work session or so. One thing that I wanted to try right away. So it goes up by 20. I could just do, well, we'll do 40. 5. Make the eyes faster. Let's see it. Not doing any sound work, so Spotify it is. I gotta make sure this is off. I like I don't know why it does that. Well, let's fix it. Yeah, I mean, I don't... I have no idea why it does that. But that could just be a turbo warp glitch. Let me see though. Yeah, because the whole fucking project volume doesn't work very well. It's shitty. So I could do... Well, what if I just don't do that? Boom. See if it works. Hold on. I mean, it's working out now, so I'm not gonna change too much. I have an idea. Let's see. Weeps. Well, kind of, but no. The timing was actually pretty good. So change 100 times 0.7 should be 70. 10. Oops. That's why.
quicker, potentially. What's 70 divided by 150? Well, I could just do this. No, it was too late. So why did I... Right? I think it was too late. It's closer with the 100. I mean, that's pretty much it. And I feel like this could... I'm actually gonna reverse. Let's see what this looks like. Let's make it positive. The gist.
Man, I'm tired. Holy shit. This might end up being even shorter than I thought. Or I'll just thug it out.
Oh yeah, Spotify. Well, I'm about to do sound work. Slightly. So... What? I don't get what just happened. Okay, hold up. What? He could potentially be even huger. This is probably going to be a sewage suppressor pole. Yep. Kind of like this. Sounds fucking insane. Boom.
that. Alright. I'm gonna do something real quick.
So N
N is not currently used. P means placeholder. D means done.
I don't think that's is that used? Oh. It is used. I guess pretty much every most sounds in this game right now are placeholders, pretty much. Because I just haven't spent very much time making sound effects. Some I might keep, like some of the sounds that are placeholders I might keep, but like a lot of these sounds, I want to do something done, 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 done. Yeah, the voice lines are done, except I'm gonna do a couple more voice lines. I want to do a voice line for when you get 1,000,000 points, because I've got them for 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Is it still used? No. These are all old. What I'll eventually do is there'll be like I'll call it like a legacy folder, some stupid shit like that, I don't know. But it'll just be old sounds that aren't used anymore if I ever do want to use them, I guess. I don't know. Actually, that's not a placeholder, because that's... We'll say P question mark. This I want to keep the same because it's the same. That's such a fucking... Ooh, wait, hold on. Hold up. This block is fucking insane. Oh, 8,888. Hold on. I want the bullet sound to definitely be low. I might actually... Everything sounds like shit. Except this one fucking... I like the sound, to be honest. Actually... I like that sound. This is gonna be a maybe placeholder. I don't know what that is. The fuck is that? MP. There's MP as well. A lot of these sounds I've gotten used to. Definitely placeholder. Why are there so many fucking sound effects? Dude, I want to recreate those sounds. Are so fucking good. I gotta figure out how to fucking make the sounds like that. Those old sounds are the shit. Yeah, like that's just the Vlush and Rage sound pitched up. I do kind of like that, even though it's a rehash of another sound. Same with that one. I have so many fucking sound effects to make.
Is that even being used? Bullet 2. Bullet 2. Where are you? Where is it? Just bullet 2? So this one is nice. Flush, phase, no, flush and rage sound, flush, phase noise 2. Flush. Wait, does this find sounds? No, it does not. Pretty sure it's not in use. I'm just going quick here. What? The fuck is any of this? What the fuck? The reason I'm saying maybe placeholder on all those is because some of the flush sounds I want to be the same because it's from the last game. So gem cry. There's so many fucking sounds. Oh my god. There's so many. Holy shit. think like part of make me feel better doing some organization like this, because pretty much every game I've made up until this point was really small. Sewage Suppressor was the first, like, I guess, real game that I made, but I don't even like to say that, because every game is a real game, even if you spent like 10 hours on it and it just ended up not going anywhere, and then boom, whatever. Like, I had made games before Sewage Suppressor, but they were just like they were like mini games basically that I would just make real quick and whatever. They were almost more like learning. Well, I guess that's what this is too. This is like a learning, a learning tool more so. It's been an hour. Time flew fucking by. Holy shit. But yeah, it's more, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I never made projects that were super big where keeping track of things was a problem, Like, I think Sewage Suppressor, if I were to go back and look, there wasn't like a ton to keep track of. I mean, that game was, it was one boss fight essentially with multiple phases, and that was pretty much it. So, but I remember even with Sewage Suppressor, and that was a tiny game. That was a tiny game. It's not even like this is like a huge game. Like, it's not. It's a fairly small game. But, making this game has made me have, well, really since I started making games, since when I was a kid for fun, I realized, like, holy shit, like, it's not easy. But over time, I think, like, trying to get good at anything is frustrating. Like, when you first start something and you suck at it, it's frustrating. It's, I get frustrated with working on this a lot. What the fuck? Does that even get used? Oops. I get frustrated with this game quite a bit. It's more so like, it could be anything that frustrates me. It's just like, sometimes it's hard coming up with ideas. Sometimes, there's something really tedious I gotta do. Like, I guess what I'm doing right now is actually pretty tedious. What was I saying? But yeah, really with anything that is anything that you're passionate about is going to have frustrations. You might even recently I've questioned, I'm like, dude, do I drop this game? Like, do I want to stop working on it? And in the back of my mind, I always know that that's not what I want to do. You know, I'm just frustrated, or I'm tired, or I want to take a break, but I also don't want to take a break because every time I don't work on the game for a while, I kind of lose sort of like a groove a little bit. And also too, like does this get used? Spawn 3. What the fuck? Hold up. What is this? Gotcha. But yeah, really with anything that is important to you, I mean, you're going to have, you know, I mean, my feelings about everything are constantly all over the place. And it's just a matter of figuring things out, you know, like, I'm extremely young and I still don't really know a lot of what's going on. You know, it's like, it's not uncommon that, you know, I'll get interested in something and then I'll lose interest and then I'll gain interest again and then I'll lose interest again. Some things it's a one and done deal. I gain interest in something and I never do it again. Like above me, these drawings up here, I have drawings of mine up here. I liked drawing like weird, shitty kind of cartoon drawings for a little bit. They were really random. I would just draw whatever came to mind. But I guess that's not a one and done situation because I actually want to continue doing that. Might even make like some light animations, like a quick little animation, even if it's choppy and not, you know, doesn't have to be the best thing ever. I would just love to get some sort of idea out there, you know. Okay, I am going to continue labeling at A B's. This is something that this is new, using the whiteboard, and it's been really helpful. So there's some things like that, like what I was saying about like starting something and like getting through the hurdle where you kind of suck at it is frustrating. So like, for example, I'm a pizza delivery driver, but I do anything I can, so I'll make the pizzas too. I remember when I was first learning how to pound pizza dough into pizzas,
I was so insanely bad at it. I was like, there's no way that I will ever be good at this. Like, I remember how discouraged I felt. Hold on, I'm going to add something to my notes real quick. Hildy SFX notes. SFX folders. I want more distorted and kind of aggressive sound effects. But yeah, I remember learning how to pound the pizza dough and that sort of thing. I was so bad at it. Like, it was excruciating how bad I was at it. And at first I was frustrated and I almost wanted to just stop. Like, I almost wanted to just, not even do it at all. I was just going to kind of give up. But I kept at it because I was like, I remember specifically I didn't like pounding the dough because I was so bad at it that it was just like really discouraging. But I've gotten better. I still have a long way to go, but I've gotten better at dealing with sucking at things, because that's like, I'm not an extremely intuitive person. I'm not extremely intelligent. I'm not, naturally good at really, like, anything. Like, there's never really been anything that I picked up that I was just naturally really, really good at. Like, I'm not that kind of person. Like, I'm not naturally a good artist. I'm not naturally good with music. I'm not naturally good, I'm not good at reading. I read insanely slow. I wouldn't even say I'm super good with, like, game design, like, right away. Like, I feel like I'm, with these games, I'm making a lot of mistakes. Like, this game, I know for a fact, I'm gonna look back and be like, what the hell was I doing? But I'm okay with sucking at it. That's fine. Even if I spend, if I spend 300 hours on this game and I look back and I'm like, wow, that game could have been so much better in so many ways. All that means is that I learned from it, so, I see that as a positive. Like, Sewage Suppressor, I mean, it was a little quick game I made for fun. It wasn't good. It's not like it was the worst game on the planet, but it wasn't a very good game. But I had fun making it. I learned a lot from it. And it was the game that got me to end up making this, which is, this kind of feels like my first real game. Again, like, real in quotes, because, like, but, over time, eventually I'll learn more about myself. I'll find out if game design is something that I'm going to keep pursuing, or if it's something that is just not of interest to me. There are a lot of things that are intriguing, but I guess what's intriguing about game design is it kind of mixes everything, because there's music and sound effects, there's visuals, there's the literal game design aspect, of course. You can have stories, you can have all sorts of stuff. So whenever I kind of think about what I want to, do with my life, first off, I don't really just, like, think of, I'm not the type of person that I'm like, oh, I should pick one thing
when I'm 19 years old and stick to it for the rest of my life. That's not how it is. Even if let's say I make games for the next, let's say from now until I'm, 30 years old, I make games. And let's say I make, let's say I make 10 games, something like that. I release them all. Maybe I even make a game that has a cult following of some kind or something like that. And maybe I get to a point where I'm like, you know what, I think I'm done with this. Game design's not for me. I want to move on to something else. I'll just move on to something else. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Is my date correct? Nope. Date was wrong the whole time. Oh well, it's close enough. If it's not more than like a couple days off, then whatever. But that's partly why I started documenting things too, because I can kind of look. I mean, it's hard to tell right now because I've only been documenting stuff for. Let me see how long it's been. That I've been doing these kind of things, because these videos are just really for me at this point. Like, my channel has 12 subscribers, and like basically me and a couple of my friends are the only ones who ever see these videos. It's been 7 months already, which is weird. I started the first document 2 September 20th, 2024. And I did like a whole description on that one too. So basically how it started was I mean, really all I wanted to do, I just wanted to document stuff I was doing. Just like because. And that the first one that's public is a video of me messing around in a synthesizer, and I was like editing through it. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes of footage, and I remember I started editing through it and I was like, there is literally no way that I can do this every single time I record hours and hours and hours of footage and that sort of thing. So I was like, you know what, let me just upload raw videos. Like, it doesn't, like, in terms of entertainment, obviously these videos aren't entertaining, right? I'm uploading videos that are, I need to stop this timer. I'll take that to, we'll say 196.40, we'll say. I'm uploading videos that are like 12 hours long. The point is that the entire process of me making this game is, I can look at it whenever I want. Let's say I want to see what the game looked like at 3 hours of development. I can go see it. Let's say I want to see what the game looks like at 13 hours of development, 25 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours, whatever. Like, I can just go look at it. Like, that's pretty cool. So it's really more just that it exists and it's on record, more so than making like entertaining videos, because I don't have an interest in making entertaining videos, at least not right now. I have an interest in making an entertaining game, and other things that are entertaining, hopefully, in the future. But yeah, that's the end of my yap session, so that's it for this recording. Here we go. been since it's been since Sunday that I last worked on the game, but how long has it been since this last? 5 days. Okay. Working at a higher volume than I was before, just because working at a higher volume leads to more engagement with the game, more ideas. It's not really a... that's right. It's not really a quality over quantity thing, it's just that quantity can lead you to more quality. So, I've been trying to do what I can. Anyway. I'm just going to play the game to start off. It's always a good way to start. Obviously the final boss isn't finished, so not much I can really do there, but although I can put it at 3,000 and do like the first phase, but beyond that, honestly probably my first order of business is gonna be finishing the boss, finish drafting the boss. So actually, uncircle this. Yeah, basically what I'll do is like just get the first idea down that comes to mind and then tweak later, because I feel like once I get the game into like the full game loop and I can play it, I can get a better handle on it and come up with more ideas. Turn the volume up a little bit.
Come on. Well, wait. What's that? That's fine. I just realized that that doesn't need to exist anymore. Like, it doesn't need to get bigger.
We think. Oops.
This is gonna be a brutal fight. This on top of mechanics and stuff. See how far I can get.
Alright. First order of business is... well... wait. Oh.
that first. Do- Oh, because this is... Oh, I gotta test something. Did they do it beforehand? No. Okay. So that works. So... So what I'm gonna do some shit. That can go. Swing.
Man.
let's just get a basic movement animation in here.
Why is it not? Could be
The amalgamation come forth. The amalgamation come forth.
Worry about the specifics later. Specific locations and that sort of thing. Where the fuck is... There it is. Well, I could just... Yeah, alright. say greater than 160.
I'm actually just going to do that for, make player immune for at least.
The amalgamation conform.
Those should be disappearing when they hit. Man, I'm tired. Holy shit.
Now Where? Oh. Dude, I'm like so fucking tired I can't even think. I don't care. I don't work anymore. Ooh, I got an even better idea. Actually, I want to do like really like bulky animations, if it makes sense. Control C, Control V. Maybe it's out of tiredness. I don't know. fucking kidding me, dude?
The amalgamation come forth.
I should have put this in a different order, but too late to do that now.
just leave it at that for now. Actually, right now would be a good time to draw it out because I'm fucking exhausted. So. That's what I'm gonna do.
I guess this would actually be closer to what I'm doing now. stick with that. Repeats 28 times. Alright. I might have to call it quits. I'm fucking tired. Alright, so this.
just some stuff that I'm gonna work on tomorrow for the amalgamation. It's definitely a lot easier to brainstorm with one of these. I'm gonna get more because this is like a game changer. I've only used it like twice and already I fucking love it. So I want to get like a massive. I want to get a massive whiteboard, like one that's like teacher huge whiteboard that I can put anywhere, and I could have it right next to me over. Well, you can't see, but over this area, I could have this one over here. I could have multiple for different things. It makes it easy to brainstorm because, like, let's say I draw something and I'm like, oh, okay, I want to do this for the planets, whatever. Oh, I don't like that. Let me change this and do whatever. It's good for, quick notes, and then erase them when you're done. Like, it's better than, like, the computer's good for notes and that sort of thing, but it's like this I can have like little drawings too, and that sort of thing. So I'm definitely gonna be using these more. This I thought was interesting at first, but I feel like it's stupid. I don't know why I'm saying that like it's visible. I was gonna have like mini manta rays come out of the manta ray. Manta rain. Probably not gonna do that, but maybe. Maybe like a thunderstorm of some kind. Let me think. I don't know what I'm gonna end up doing for the planets, but I'll definitely think about it more. But I'm fucking exhausted, so I'm just gonna stop it here and then get ready to go to bed. Pick up tomorrow. This is the end of Doc 40, and the next one will actually be Doc 42 because Doc 41 is just me playing a medieval. So. Yeah, fucking beat first video game that I've actually fully played and beaten in like months. Literally started it back in December, and well, I've been keeping myself busy with this because think about it this way, like probably could have beaten like what 10 games or something, depending on the length, 10-15 games in the amount of time that I've spent on this, but I'd much rather be doing this. So it's partly why I don't play video games a lot. Is because like when I have free time and I'm sitting here at my computer or whatever, I just grab it. I would rather be doing this than not rather. I like both. I love both, but. Like, I feel like I'm
wasting time playing video games if I could be doing this. But I've learned that you gotta keep playing video games too because it's a good source of inspiration. So, yeah, this is gonna be a fucking nightmare. I wonder if... Can I make subfolders? Can there be folders within folders? No. No, there cannot. Honestly, it's tough to keep everything, it's tough to keep everything organized with this software, just because it's so, I don't know. Like, I like it, obviously, or I won't be using it. It's just basic. I'm too tired to know what the hell's going on, so I'm gonna sleep. Wake up fresh. Keep it going. There's really no point in working when, like, working when tired is one thing. Working when you're too exhausted to actually come up with anything productive is another thing. Alright, done. Doc 40 done.